Good morning, everybody, and welcome to beautiful Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It is day number 3 of the Peach State 225 presented by the Porsche Club of America and the Peach State region of the PCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati and Dick Kelson. And it is Enduro Day here at MRNA. But as I say that, before we get underway with our endurance racing, we've got a single sprint race this morning. And it's going to be for the same group of participants that will be racing in our 90-minute endurance race a little bit later today. Let me give you a rundown here of the starting orders. I believe there is only a single pace lap for this group. Starting on pole today, scheduled to drive the red 014 GT3 Cup cars, Corey Friedman with John Getz starting second in the purple GTC 8 992 Cup car. At Halcombe starting third, also in GTC 8 in the silver 992 Cup car. A great race between those two racers yesterday. Wayne DeCote, and it looks like we've got a car that has gone around on the pace lap right by the entrance to turn number 5. That may complicate things just a little bit, but scheduled to start fourth, Wayne DeCote in the gray and green 992 Cup car. We got Philip Leha in the number 3 Cup car. He's in the GTC 7 class. John Boyette in the 911 black Cup car starting 6th. Troy Peterson, and that might have been Troy Peterson, possibly in the 277 car that we saw go around. Troy's also in GTC 7. Cliff Kayer in the 08 GTC 7 red, black, gray, and white machine, with Travis Bedson in the blue 057 GTA 3 991.2 Cup car starting 9th. Starting 10th, Price Ford in the number 12 white, black, and gray 992 Cup car. We got Mark Calzaretta in the number 117 GTD 3 blue Cayman GT4S Cayman, with David DeCote starting 12th. David's in the number 6 white GT3 Cup car with TJ Larson. We are getting word that there are going to be 2 pace laps. Starting 13th on the field, TJ Larson in the number 103 white and blue 991.1 Cup car with Tom Burke in the white Cayman GT4S Club Sport, the number 77 machine, starting 14th. Chris Dooley driving the number 751 GT4S Club Sport, the white GTD3 machine, starts 15th. Woody Witchard starts 16th today. He's in the number 212 GTA4 Blue 2025 GT3 Cup car with Keith Clark running in the GTC 6 class. He's in the white, blue, and black 991.1 Cup car. The number 74 machine starts 17th. Starting 18th today, driving the number 17 GTD3 blue, white GT4S Club Sport is Larry Wexler, with Jason Phillips also running a GTD3 Club Sport. The black and red number 164 will be starting 19th. Starting 20th, driving the number 51 black and orange Club Sport, also in GTD3, is Ray Ramirez. And then we got Brad Weber, also driving a GTD3 Club Sport. This is the white number 747 machine. He starts 21st. Starting 22nd, driving the number 98 2015 Cayman S, the GTB1 machine of Ed Dunn. Starting 23rd, driving the number 58 GTC 7 blue and yellow Cup car is Glenn Spiegler, and he starts 23rd. Sean Ogden is starting 24th today. Sean is driving the number 29 black and blue GTC 7 Cup car. Then we've got Jimmy Martin. Jimmy is driving the number 157 white GT4 Club Sport. He starts 25th, with Angus Rogers starting 26th. Angus is in a black GTB1 2011 Cayman S. That's the number 9 car, with Mark Cook starting 27th. Mark is in the number 581 GTD2 white GT4 Club Sport. And then Francis Florido starts 28th today. Francis is driving the number 48 white GTB1 2012 Cayman S. Starting 29th, Kevin Sear. He's going to be driving the number 194 GTB1 green 2012 Cayman. And then starting 30th, driving the number 09 GTD1 white, red, blue, and black 2016 Cayman Club Sport is John Harrell. And we'll talk about some of our other racers here as the race goes on. We've got 63 drivers, or 63 primary drivers. Some of them, when we race our endurance race a little bit later today, will have co-drivers with them to help get through that entire 90-minute race.
Yes, or to give everybody a chance to race.
Indeed, indeed. So we can see the field here very nicely gridded up, lined up here as we complete the second pace lap, as they head down the hill past the turn 9 flag station, Brian, into this critically important 10A and 10B section here, one of the prime passing areas here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Yeah, one of the hardest braking zones as well as you just mentioned, Greg, one of the best passing zones here, because you can outbrake your opponent getting down that hill, and if you can outbrake him and keep on line, you will make up that position. Looks like we have 19 cars that are going to take the green flag for this 30-minute sprint.
All right, so the pace car is on the pit lane, Brian, and that's going to turn things over to the front of the field, and I believe it is the number 57 machine of John Getz, who was our pole sitter for this race. John Boyette starting second. Wayne Dakota, who's on the second row, got a great jump in the number 80 machine as he starts to head up the hill. And I think Boyette might have gotten around, gets there on the start in his GTA 3 machine. So we'll check here as they all come up the hill. We've got a number of racers that did, as you mentioned, that did not take the start. I think only it appears that 18 drivers there are taking the green flag. Your leader in GTC 7, which has been very heavily contested all weekend long in our sprint races. Cliff Kayer in the 08 red, black, gray, and white machine. They're a great fight already. Larry Wexler in GTD 3. Wexler and Phillips, they started 6th and 7th. And they are the first two came in GT4 at RS Club Sports, and we see them just now coming out of turn 7 onto the back straight.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, this is we're going to talk about this pretty much all day long. That's where you need to get that drive off, head down this hill, and get as much speed as you can as you head down into turn 10, as we just talked about with that heavy braking zone. As you can see here, this is where the heavy braking zone is going to really take place, and then the passing as we go to our in-car camera here. You'll see this hard left-hander, and then back quickly to the right-hander, and then up underneath the Fox Factory Bridge, down underneath in turn 12. That's where a lot of speed is going to happen.
All right, and as this car now makes its way down the hill and across the line, try and get the number on the. We were a little confused at it. We think this is indeed the 946 machine. So this is Kim Estep, and Kim is driving in the GTB 3 class here today, and that 946 machine. Currently your leader in GTB 3. She is right behind the green number 194 of Kevin Sear, the GTB 1 car just ahead.
Got the old school stopwatch there on the steering wheel again. I think we talked about that earlier on yesterday when we saw the Steve Coombs have it. So must be something going on in the water down there. Everybody's sharing their old school stopwatches.
Well, and again, we talked about this yesterday. Actually, I guess it was yesterday, or you might have been Friday, about the stopwatches for the when it comes time for the endurance race a little bit later today. There is a 5-minute pit stop and transit time down the pit lane here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and probably the best way for the drivers to determine that they have made that, because otherwise, if they don't meet that time, what happens to it?
They get a penalty. It's got to be 5 minutes. If it's under 5 minutes,
they have to basically come back down the pit lane to serve the rest of their 5-minute pit stop. So it essentially becomes, they could be 1 second short, and essentially becomes a drive-through penalty for them.
It is a penalty that nobody wants to have. So the stopwatch would be very useful in that situation.
All right, indeed, Brian, and we'll talk about the rules for the endurance race as we get ready for that race a little bit later today. It is scheduled to start at 12:10 p.m., right after the I call them the longest quiet hours in motorsports, or it's the longest quiet hour. It actually extends 2 hours here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, where they cannot have any running race engines during that time. So the different places of worship around Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta can conduct their services. And so we're going to have a little bit of a break after this 30-minute time sprint race. And I think this is, Brian, a great opportunity for our racers to use this. And, again, we're having, less than a third of the entries for the endurance race out for this 30-minute race. This is a non-points race. It doesn't go towards any championship, but it's a great opportunity for our racers to, I guess, do a little reconnaissance, one, on some of their fellow competitors, but also to do a test and tune on the cars, make sure that they've got the setup that they want when they go out for that endurance race a little later.
Yeah, you're right, Greg. I think this, you're going to see these guys, these drivers, they're going to turn around and just, take it very easy for this 30 minutes, get the most out of it that they can, and then see what changes they need to make. Because they're going to, as you just mentioned, they're going to have 2.5 hours. They could probably make some of those changes to make it better when we get to the Enduro, which, again, we're scheduled to have roughly 63 cars in this Enduro. So space is going to be at a premium to start the first couple of laps until you start to, spread out. So again, get the best that you can. Don't overdo it. Take care of the equipment right here, but get the max you can out of this and use this pretty much as a test session.
Indeed. All right, so, we're watching here as we're watching a number of cars, and we are having one driver now bring his car down the pit entrance. We'll get the number on that car in just a moment. But as I'm running through our running order right now, we've got, because again we have less than a third of the racers that are race cars that are scheduled to run in our endurance race. A good portion of the different classes only have a single entry out there right now, even though we do have some very nice groupings of race cars. We talked about John Boyette in the number 11 car. He is your overall leader and leading this field here now down into turn 1. But the only other driver in his class on track currently is David DeCote, who is almost 30 seconds in arrears. We have in GTD 3 Wexler and Davis. Wexler, who is currently running, where did I see this? I think Larry Wexler in the number 17 machine. He's got about 9.5 seconds on Jason Phillips. It's the 17 and the 164 car. Wexler's running 17th, or probably running 6th overall. Phillips is actually running 7th overall, but there's a huge gap on track between those two racers. In GTB1, Kevin Sear with about 11 seconds on Russell Motorana, and then another 16 seconds back to Luis Acevedo. So what we'll do is try to pick up some of these interclass fights that we see on track here, and we'll try and give you a rundown of where some of them are. For example, right now, up towards the front of the field, I think we've got Wayne and David DeCote, as well as Cliff Kayer and Larry Wexler, all bunched together. And that's the group here coming out of turn 12 onto the front straight now. A little bit further back is Larry Wexler in the number 17 machine. He's the trailing car there, and I think we've got may have just had Jason Phillips take to the pit lane. So again, some of these racers are using this essentially as a warm-up, making sure that all the equipment is ready to go for that longer race.
Yes, and after having a visit from David Murray yesterday, you'll note at the top of the chart right now, Dylan Murray is
That's right.
Up front.
I got to meet Dylan. I got to meet Dylan last night at the great social that was put on by our host region, the Peach State region of the Porsche Club of America, that was over at the Road Atlanta Drivers Club.
Yes.
Wonderful setting. beautiful building, lots of great race cars, Porsches and others
Yes.
that were there, and a wonderful barbecue meal. I want to thank them for putting on a wonderful event last night, and I want to also thank the great folks from Narrow Escape Motorsports. There was a raffle last night that there were not just from Narrow Escape, but a number of other sponsors of the event. I remember Appalachian Race Tire, for example. I think Pirelli. I myself won a $300 gift certificate to Narrow Escape, so I want to thank them, and I'm sure I will find something for my race efforts to. That they have there. They've got a great inventory of safety equipment and other things.
And of course, all of your friends were very happy for you.
Yes, they absolutely were. They absolutely were. I got a couple big fist bumps. So want to thank everybody who, again, for being there. It was a great time. All of our sprint race award winners were presented with their awards and trophies and what have you last night as well. A lot of great camaraderie in the club, and I think we also had a lot of our HPDE, our driver's ed drivers there joining in the festivities as well. It was really a great club atmosphere.
The driving club has been very supportive of our activities, and of course, we're doing well for them as well.
All right, so if we check in here, Brian, as we watch this great pack coming through turn 3 and heading down the hill, I believe that's John Payton in the black and yellow Porsche 968, possibly with Sean O'Brien, Jason Phillips, along with them as well. I'll just try and verify that, but I believe that is the group that we are watching right now coming through turn 12, or probably through turn 6. That heavily cambered turn 6 into turn 7.
Well, I think that first car there, the black one right there, that may be the 946 of Kim Estep. Then Corey Lipka is back there as well. Okay. And then you end up with Russell Motorama and then Franklin Prey right behind there as Wayne Ducat just went through them as well. So that is the battle there. And good shout out to Franklin here. He's done really well for, again, missing a couple events already this year and come out here at Road Atlanta. Started at the very back of this field and now has worked his way all the way up to 11th right there. So good run here again, and I think we're going to see Franklin in the Enduro as well, possibly. But Greg, you talk about, multi-class racing. There's 19 cars listed here in 15 different groups. Now, I know there's a lot of single drivers, but again, most of these are using these as test sessions, for later on when we come back for our Enduro. So.
Yeah, it looks like we got a car off at the top of the S's over at turn 3.
I think it's 194.
And we think it's the 194 machine. That would be Kevin Sear in the GTB1 2012 Porsche Cayman. The green Cayman. It looks like he's gotten that car back underway as the purple 57 John gets by him going into turn 5.
Greg, you talked about earlier on when we were watching Wayne Ducote, David, and then Larry Wexler. Remember, Larry Wexler spun coming up into turn 5 on the pace lap.
On the pace lap.
He's got a little bit more heat in his tires than everybody else. So,
I've
50 degrees
done that
out
before, Brian. I've actually spun from the pole on the pace lap, and I'll tell you that brings out more confusion in the rest of the field than you can imagine. One, the pace car driver doesn't necessarily know what to do. Obviously, they need to keep driving. You don't want the pace car to stop. But even the folks behind don't know. And typically the rule with, and I believe this is the case in Porsche Club Racing and most other club racing organizations, if you two spin from the pole, well, one, you can't take your position back because you're passing under yellow. And you don't fall to the back either. You basically rejoin where you are. And so that really complicates things for the other racers that have, when they left the grid, they had a splitter there that was there to tell them to go to the left or tell them to go to the right. and it may be different now halfway through the pace lap. It brings out a ton of confusion for the fellow racers. Never mind the fact that the person who's had that issue on the pace lap now is, their heart rate is probably about 30, 40 beats higher than it was just a few moments ago.
And they're trying to not let anybody know they actually did that.
Unfortunately for them, now it's televised.
Yes.
Well, I was going to say, unfortunately for Larry, he got caught because we watched it as they came up the hill.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we now have just a touch over 10 minutes remaining in this 30-minute sprint race. And again, these racers and quite a bit more will be joining us just a little bit after lunchtime today for the 90-minute sprint race. And that 90-minute sprint race is how we're going to conclude our coverage here from the Peach State 225 and Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. I think a very successful first PCA broadcast PCA event here from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
And Greg, one of the things you can notice here, and again, we talked about it, 19 different cars, 19 cars, 15 different groups. Nobody's really pushing the issue, when trying to make passes in certain areas. Again, taking care of the equipment, trying to get ready for later on to see for a long run. Because again, in a 90-minute enduro, it becomes a strategy point. We talked about this earlier on in the year with every enduro we've done. You may go a very, very long run, hopefully, without a full course caution where you have to make that strategy call. So you want to get your car set up for that long run, anything over that 30-minute mark, because all we've done here this weekend is some sprint races, 30 minutes, plus any of the warm-ups and practices they may have had.
All right, so as we take a look at the order now, sitting up at the top of the leaderboard and just coming across the line, Dylan Murray going in the number 911 black 992 Cup car. That's a GTA 3 machine. John Getz in the purple 992 Cup car. Your leader in GTC 8, Cliff Kayer, who should be coming across the line here momentarily. Cliff Kayer in the number 08 GTC 7 machine. With Wayne Ducote, fourth in his GTA 4 green and gray 992 Cup car. David Ducote in the GTA 3 white 2016 Cup car, running fifth overall. Then Larry Wexler in his GTD 3 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. Corey Lipka seventh. Kim Estep, who we're back on board with right now, coming up through turn 5. Kim Estep in her black Porsche Cayman GTB 3 machine, and I believe we're seeing her right behind. That is Corey Lipka just ahead in the GT4 Club Sport machine. Franklin Prey directly by about 3 seconds back behind Kim. And then Kevin Sear currently rounding out your top 10 in the number 194 GTB1 Cayman. And great run through the field for Kim. The last time we checked in, she was behind Kevin Sear in the 194 machine. So good pickup of a couple positions for her.
Yeah, pretty good onboard view here, Greg, where you can see the difference in the elevation changes that these drivers have to go through. You're going to come completely downhill to almost a complete back uphill. Under that heavy braking. So it looks like we've got the 57 pulling down on pit road, as you just saw from her on board there. So again, some of these drivers getting ready to basically call this a morning and then go back and figure it out for the enduro.
Yeah, indeed. And I think we now still have, as we'll see, Franklin Prey, Kevin Sear come across. Looks as though we have somewhere along the lines of 12 to 13 drivers out of the original 18 still out on track here, as we've got about a little bit under 7 minutes remaining.
Pretty good battle there. We were just watching there coming up out of that. So right here going into turn 6. That's Cliff Kayer and Wayne Ducat in that 08 and the 80 machine. These guys have been going, and that looks like Wayne's going to try to. Or no, that's not Wayne. That's
Cliff.
That's actually Cliff and
Cliff and Wayne.
That's actually David in the 6. That's not Wayne. I think Wayne may have pitted the lap before.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. The 80 is the green machine. We are getting word from race control that the next time the 911 comes by of Dylan Murray, he'll be getting the one to go signal, and good timing. He's coming out of turn 12 right now and onto the front straight. So one more lap. As perhaps the decision was made to run this at 25 minutes instead of the 30 that we had originally thought, but so we're almost wrapped up here, and and again, it's not a points race, and I think it's been pretty clear as some of our drivers have peeled off that this is again being used as a bit of a test day here. As I think we had the 726 and the 55 today. We got a driver off.
Somebody's
and
off.
Around at turn 3. We'll get the number on that car.
Wonder if that's Cliff Kayer. 08. Looks like it. Looks like that car that we were talking about earlier on. So we'll see him as he comes through the camera here. But
in the red, black, and gray 08, I think that is the case.
Yeah.
Sorry,
not a way to end it with one lap to go when you're trying to push, when David's trying to push you, I believe that's who it was. So we'll have to see.
All right, coming second car now, coming up out of 10A, and actually third car. Ooh, we got, looks like we might have had our 968 with some issues there, but checkered flag is out for Dylan Murray in the 911 machine. All following cars here will be taking the checkered flag, and it looked like I think that was John Patton's 968. Actually, I'm fairly certain it's the only 968 that we still have out on track there, Dick, with you never like to see that.
Greg, he's got some left side damage. That's a tire rub in there.
Is it? So
coming through that. Yeah, you can see it right here when he comes into your screen. Yeah, so it looks like he's made contact with the wall somewhere along the way. Right before they got to the top of that hill, probably between 3 and 4.
All right, well, thankfully he's pulling offline, and yeah, it looks like that left rear tire might be down.
All right, so possibly no contact, just that flat left.
Yeah,
tire,
yeah. I mean, it looks like it's down and might have started to shred a little of the bodywork. But regardless, it's good to see him that he's taking that car offline. When you look back and you may just see white smoke, you may automatically think it's oil. So,
to have all the engines off before 10 o'clock.
Nice. And it turns out, Brian, as we're at 9:53 right now, I think what was happening was the race was shortened by a couple of moments so that we could observe those quiet hours that we talked about, where all of the running race engines, they can't have running unmuffled race engines running from 10 o'clock until noon here. And as we're at 9:54, we needed to give time for the drivers to complete their in-lap and get back to their paddock spots as well so that they could shut down their motors. So let's run down. I'm going to give you the top 10 here. Dylan Murray in his GTA 3 991 Cup, 992 Cup, 991.2 Cup car with the overall win. That's a GTA 3 machine. Cliff Kayer in GTC 7 finishing second in his 991.2 Cup car. David Ducote finishing third. David in the GTA 3 2016 Cup car with Larry Wexler in GTD 4 in the GT4S Club Sport Cayman. Then Wayne Ducote in the number 80 gray and green GTA 4 992. Corey Lipka in the number 40 GTD2 Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Kim Estep, who just gave the big thumbs up, or the little Hawaii. What do we call that little Hawaiian way? The
hang loose.
The hang
loose
hang
sign.
10.
hang 10, hang loose.
Hang loose.
Yeah. Hook 'em horns, you know. if you're,
No,
if you're if you're from Austin, Texas. We had Franklin Bray in the 777 J class, 997. Sean O'Brien in the Spec Boxster, finishing in 9th, and then John Patton in the 968, still showing in 10th position. So that's going to wrap things up for our morning coverage here from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We're going to be back at 12:10 today for our final race and last race coverage of the weekend here at the Peach State 225. Make sure to stay with us. Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European Racing headers, exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Prepared Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program.
At Hankook Tire, we strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit hankookmotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget, and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
We're not just a one-off experience, we're a call to freedom. We're a place in people's minds where everyone can unleash their wild side with a passport to a world of possibilities, a spirit that breaks all the rules, uniting the famously bold and spirited essence of tequila from Mexico with the much-loved richness of peanut butter. Manibal is the bold embodiment of the party animal within us all. Here is where the ethics starts. Tequila can be purchased nationwide at manibaltequila.com.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
Narrow Escape Motorsports is an independently operated company in Charlotte, North Carolina, the product of 30-plus year Porsche Club of America members. Originally a race team, Narrow Escape Motorsports, spelled N-A-R-O, started fabricating and selling small specialty racing parts in 2012 before growing into the racing and safety parts supplier it is today. Our products and services are designed to serve you, just as they have our racing, road rally, and hill climb teams. Contact us at Narrow Escape Motorsports to shop and learn more.
Every one of us has a moment that we fell in love with Porsche. Some of us were born into it, or took it in from culture. All of us have a favorite movie scene with a Porsche. But for many of us, it was love at first sight. For 70 years, we've celebrated the thrill of driving a Porsche. There's been a lot of changes to technology in that time. From air to water, manual to PDK, and internal combustion to electricity. It's not just the cars, it's the people. This club is a community. Forging lifelong friendships and bonding over a shared passion. Whether it be on the track, the open road, or in the middle of nowhere. Let's keep the passion going for another 70 years. From generation to generation, and from sea to shining sea.
HPDE season is here, and First Settlers Region is excited to see you all on track April 25th through 27th. We're fortunate enough to have Virginia International Raceway as our home track, the track Paul Newman called Heaven on Earth. The FSR Spring HPDE at VIR will have an exciting new opportunity. If you are an advanced driver and are interested in becoming an instructor, we will be having a PCA National Instructor training that will coincide with the HPDE. If you are interested in becoming an HPDE instructor, our CTI will be reviewing registrations. If you are curious about HPDE but are uncertain about committing to an entire weekend, you can come to VIR on Saturday for Intro to DE, a classroom session and a single instructed session on track. Don't forget our Saturday happy hour, a great opportunity to socialize and tell tales about your lap times. Run groups are filling fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Register now to secure your spot on motorsportsreg.com.
Upper Canada region is proud to host the 28th annual Can-Am Challenge Club Race at historic Mosport Raceway in Bowmanville, Ontario, Canada, Thursday, June 26th through 29th. Described by Juan Pablo Montoya as one of the most challenging tracks in the world with its elevation changes and blind corners, it's the fastest track IMSA races on. Another racer described the speed and elevation changes like landing on an aircraft carrier, the perfect high-speed track for any car. Get in gear and set a reminder in clubregistration.net. Registration opens May 12th. Our team is here to answer any of your questions, from border crossing to the best accommodations, to help you plan your trip to our amazing track. Reach out to club-race@pcaucr.org.
Potomac Region's premier event, Porsche Fest, is the weekend of July 25th. Come join our annual family reunion at Summit Point Motorsports Park, where members and enthusiasts across all of our programs, such as driver education, autocross, drive and dine, concourse, and rally, come together for a fun weekend at the track. From the barbecue dinner on Saturday night, taste of autocross, charity laps, to concourse, best of show, and all things Porsche Motorsports, it's always a great time at the track. So let's celebrate all things Porsche at Potomac's Porsche Fest.
Join us for the 31st Great Plains Region Carrera GT Club Race at Motorsports Park Hastings, June 20th through 22nd. In addition to club racing, we'll also be holding a DE for advanced drivers, and nobody will want to miss our wonderful Saturday night social. All GPR club members are invited to attend and experience the high-level racing, drive in the DE, or attend the social. Just a little more than 2 hours from Omaha, driving to MPH goes by pretty quick when you're cruising in a Porsche. Make sure to join us. Registration opens on clubregistration.net on May 5th.
Treffin means to meet. That's the entire concept behind the PCA Treffins, an opportunity for PCA members to meet their fellow Porsche enthusiasts in some of the most spectacular locations in North America. PCA's Treffins provide the opportunity for members to drive some of the best roads in North America and enjoy 4- and 5-star hospitality at world-class hotels. The Spring Treffin will be April 30th to May 4th at the Omni Homestead Resort in Hot Springs, Virginia. Break away from the mundane and escape to the Allegheny Mountains, where you can unwind on a 2,300-acre Virginia estate. The Omni Homestead is a 4-diamond host resort that recently completed a $156 million renovation and combines Southern hospitality and elegant charm with premier luxury enjoyed by 23 U.S. presidents and numerous celebrities, movers, and shakers during its illustrious history. The tours will travel on some of the best roads in the Southeast, and you have the opportunity to experience abundant sports and recreational opportunities or indulge in the comforts offered within the resort's luxurious, destination-worthy spa. You will not be disappointed in the opportunities for both stimulation and relaxation. To learn more and register, please visit treffin.pca.org. Come join racers, sponsors, spectators, and volunteers at this year's Rock the Summit, September 12th through 14th. Rock the Summit is the club race for PCA Potomac's Founders Region, and at 34 years, it's the longest-running PCA race in the nation. Beyond the high-energy racing, join us for live music, a barbecue dinner, roaming beer carts during happy hours, and some other treats as well. Our 100-plus highly committed volunteers are ready to make the race weekend the best you'll ever experience, whether you're a racer, spectator, or sponsor. See you at Rock the Summit 2025.
Are you enjoying this event at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta? Because you too can drive this fantastic track, home of Petit Le Mans. Peach State Region PCA will hold 2 more DE events at this world-famous facility this year, a 2-day event June 21st and 22nd, and a 3-day event September 19th through 21st. You don't need a Porsche or prior experience to participate. Just bring any track-worthy car that can pass our tech inspection, and our experienced instructors will guide you through the novice run group to become a solo driver. Register online at clubregistration.net.
If you're a PCA racer, Watkins Glen has got to be on your bucket list of tracks to drive. If you've driven it before, don't miss the chance to come back and improve your times and win on this track where great racers such as Jack Bratham, Sterling Moss, and Dan Gurney found glory. Maybe it's the sheer joy of racing on this superb, well-maintained track with its thrilling elevation changes, or imagining they're running with Mario Andretti, Jackie Ickx, or Derek Bell that brings out racers from all over the USA and Canada to make this Zone 1 club race one of the largest on the PCA Club Racing circuit. PCA members are welcome to attend and perhaps consider how they may make the transition from driver education to club racing. The fun-filled weekend will include 3 sprint races and 1 65-minute Enduro race, along with an advanced solo DE run group. Registration opens on clubregistration.net on April 21st. Experience the ultimate celebration of Porsche passion at the annual PCA Parade. This week-long extravaganza from July 6th to the 12th is a must-attend event for Porsche enthusiasts of all ages, offering a perfect blend of social, competitive, and educational activities. From the Concours d'Elegance to the autocross, to the scenic driving tours, to the tech sessions, to the banquets, to the social events, there's something for everyone. Whether you're a seasoned collector, a weekend racer, or simply love the brand, the PCA Parade is your chance to immerse yourself in a community that shares your passion. Set in Oklahoma City this year, a central location in the United States right along historic Route 66, join us for an unforgettable celebration of everything Porsche. Whether you're polishing your car for the concourse, taking on the autocross course, or joining a scenic driving tour, the PCA Parade promises memories that will last a lifetime. Secure your spot today and join us for a week of excitement, connection, and all things Porsche. To learn more and register, please visit PorscheParade.org.
We're thrilled to announce the highly anticipated Racing of the Spring race at iconic Lime Rock Park, set for April 25th and 26th. This marks the 33rd year of this exciting event, and it's the perfect opportunity to take your Porsche out on the thrilling 1.53-mile road course and experience the rush of racing alongside fellow Porsche enthusiasts. With exhilarating action, breathtaking views, and a vibrant atmosphere, this event is truly one you don't want to miss. It's going to be a weekend filled with high-speed excitement, camaraderie, and unforgettable moments. Whether you're behind the wheel or cheering from the sidelines, racing into spring promises to be an amazing time for everyone. Mark your calendars now. This is one event you want to be a part of. We can't wait to see you there.
Celebrate 57 years of tradition at Renfest, Zone 3's signature event to cap off the summer season. Nestled in the picturesque North Georgia mountains, this multi-region gathering promises incredible camaraderie, exhilarating drives, optional competitive events, and unforgettable memories. Labor Day weekend is the date. Brasstown Valley Resort is the place. Register at peachstatepca.org.
Join us for a 7-day cruise, the Treffin at Sea, to celebrate the 70th anniversary of Porsche Club. We'll be cruising August 30th to September 6th and showcasing the history and majesty of the East Coast. We'll stop in Newport, in Boston, Portland and St. John, and Halifax along the way, where you'll find import Porsche events. You'll also enjoy special entertainment, Porsche celebrity appearances, seminars, competitions, dinners, and the highly anticipated Porsche Diecast Concourse at Sea. The Enchanted Princess will both depart and return from New York City, making it a round trip. You'll experience incredible cuisine, culture, history, and nature, plus Porsche surprise events when we stop at port. To learn more and register, please visit PCA.org and click the Events tab.
Maverick Region PCA is excited to announce our Eagles Canyon 1 Club race May 24th and 25th. We'll be racing on the counterclockwise 2.7-mile course with 15 turns at over 200 feet of elevation change. All races have points towards the PCA National and Mid-America Championships. Expect 2 practices qualifying at a 30-minute sprint race on Saturday and 2 additional sprint races on Sunday, one 30 minutes long and one 40 minutes long. Podium winning trophies for race classes with a 4+ car count and additional awards will be presented at the Saturday evening banquet at the Over the Top Bar and Grill at Eagles Canyon Raceway.
The Shenandoah Porsche region invites you to the RPM weekend, September 13th at Richmond International Raceway for a special autocross on the track. Not in the parking lot, mind you, but on the very same track that NASCAR and IndyCar race. Opened in 1953, RIR is a 3/4-mile D-shaped oval track with a 14-degree banking, and maximizing the 860-foot straightaway, we're focusing on a high-speed, flowing course. The extra special trait here is the sound your car will make reverberating off the grandstands, especially down that long back straight. It's truly a special experience that car enthusiasts can seldom experience. Register online at motorsportsreg.com today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget, and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPD insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your portion today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the 2025 edition of the Peach State 225, presented by the Porsche Club of America and the Peach State region of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati, as well as Dick Kelson, and it is time for our final race of the weekend, and we've saved, I think, gentlemen, the best for last. It's a 90-minute endurance race here, and we've got a stacked field that close to 65 entries, 65 cars, some with multiple drivers. We're going to have pit stops. We might have some refueling. We may see some tire changes as well. Should be great fun here, as we've got a whole slew of our GT3 Cup cars that we've been watching all weekend long, as well as Cayman GT4 Club Sport machines. So let's do this. We've got 2 pace laps. We're going to start running down the starting order here, and I'm going to give you the top 16 in 2 different groups here. Starting on the pole, driving the 014 GTA 3 car, it's Corey Friedman, with John Getz scheduled to start on the outside of the front row in the purple number 57 machine. Then we got Matt Holcomb starting the lines alongside Wayne Ducote. We've got Holcomb in the silver GTC 8 Cup car, with Ducote in the gray and green GTA 4 machine. Philip Leja is going to start 5th. He's in the number 3 GTC 7 machine. That's a black car, alongside John Boyette Jr., who is driving the number 911 car. That's a GTA 3 class car. Starting 7th is going to be Troy Peterson. Troy's in the number 277 GTC 7 gray and red machine, alongside another GTC 7 car, the red, black, gray, and white Cup car of Cliff Kayer, the 08 machine. Then we got starting 9th Travis Benson in the 057 GTA 3 blue 2018 Cup car, alongside Bryce Ford, who's going to round out our top 10. Bryce is in the number 12 GTC 8 white, black, and gray 992 Cup car. Mark Loretta is going to start 11th. He's in the 117 GTD3 blue Cayman GT4S Club Sport, alongside David Ducote in the number 6 GTA 3 2016 Cup car. That's a white machine. Then we got TJ Larson starting lucky 13th. He's going to be in the 103 GTC 6 white and blue Cup car. And then we've got starting 14th outside of row number 7, Tom Burke in the number 77 GT4 RS Club Sport, one of our white cars, alongside another white GT4 RS Club Sport, and that is going to be Chris Dooley. Then we got Woody Richards starting 16th in the 212 2025 GT3 Cup car. As our racers are now starting their second and final pace lap here today, let's take a look at our second group. Starting 34th on the field, lead of our second group, driving the number 41 SP 997 machine, it's David Hodges. And we should have some onboard video, I think, from David here a little bit later. Let's not David today. I think Rob Walker, pardon me. Charles Liu in the number 30, starting 35th. Second in the second group, he's in the 079 GT3 Class Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Next, we've got Peter Habestad starting third. He is in the 028 GTB1 Cayman alongside John Dunsky. John's in the 447 GT3 Cayman S. Then, starting fifth, we've got Eric Yortsoy. Eric's our pole sitter in Spec Cayman. He's in the 321 2006 Cayman S. He's going to start alongside one of his Spec Cayman compatriots, Matt DiStefano, driving the number 93 machine. Starting in seventh position, inside of row number 4, Luis Acevedo in the GTB1 Cayman S. That's the 344 car, alongside Franklin Prey, driving the number 777 K-Class Porsche 997 911. Had a great conversation with Franklin here up in the booth during lunchtime. Good luck to him. Starting in ninth position, it's going to be Scott Gill, one of our Spec Cayman drivers. He's in the 158 machine with Patrick James in the number 47 Spec Cayman. Rounding out the top 10 in this group. Next, starting 11th. Inside of row number 6, we've got Wahid Shahadi. He is in his Spec Cayman as well. That's the 147 machine. And he's going to start alongside Greg Rochick. Greg's in the number 320 SP3 Porsche 944 S2. Starting 13th, it's going to be Sam Amano in the I class, our winner, I think, in both sprint races yesterday in I. And he's going to start right alongside Paul Van Eden. Paul is in his number 648 Spec Cayman. And then in row number 8, starting in 15th position, the number 23 Spec Cayman of Steve Coombs, starting alongside another Spec Cayman racer, Tim Lambie, in the number 39 machine. And again, we've given you the top 32 racers in each one of the two groups. We've got 63 race cars entered, Dick. It's going to make for some very hectic running early on here.
Yes, it's going to be crowded, shall we say.
All right, we're on board right now with the driver of the number 941 machine. That is Brian Charters, who is the lead driver in this car, the silver and red H-Class Porsche 944. And he'll be turning things over to Vance Benson a little bit later today. But we see here with a number of like-minded cars as we go on with our other onboard camera car. That is Rob Walker's. He comes through the final corners, set to come down the hill and around turn 12 and meet the green flag as we are starting our endurance race here at the Peach State 225. We've got Dylan Murray, who's starting off in the 911 GTA 3 machine there alongside the red, black, and gray car of Cliff Kayer as they head into turn number 1. And it looks like Corey Friedman, much like we didn't see him early on, he in the sprint race earlier today, he did not take the green flag for today's endurance race either.
Yeah, Greg, haven't seen him pretty much all day today, so I wonder if they may have a problem yesterday on, but it was pretty stout in that car when we did see him. Again, 60-some cars, as you and Dick were both mentioning. Space is going to be at a premium. You've got to get through, got to get single file. You got to get these first couple laps. Remember, you can't win it in the first lap, but you can sure as heck lose it. So the ultimate saying. So you got to make sure that you know who you're racing. We've got 13 different groups going out
different
here.
Different classes, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, 13 different groups out of these 60-some cars. So again, you're going to have some speed differences as this race starts to go through.
All right, so we do have our leaders. Dylan Murray driving the 911 car, like sharing car with John Boyette Jr. Murray ran the sprint race here earlier today, where he went to the win both in GTA 3 and in the overall, and they're going to cross the line to complete lap number 1. And it appears as though actually Matt Halcomb up in the lead in the 87 machine with John Getz, Philip Leha there as well. So good start there for our racers as we're still seeing some racing side by side coming out of turn 12. Eric Yortsoy side by side with one of his Spec Cayman compatriots right alongside Matt DiStefano as they're battling it out for the lead in Spec Cayman here on lap number 1. There to come through turn number 12. We'll continue to watch that fight as they are right beside each other now coming up the hill Yortsoy to the inside in that white with blue striped hood. And then the black Spec Cayman directly to his left. That is Di Stefano. So a great battle here early on in Spec Cayman.
Tell you what, Yortsoy able to make that stick, Greg, as they came down the hill. Those two drivers have been battling out kind of all weekend long, so look for that battle to go to the end. But yeah, Yortsoy getting in front there as they came down out of turn 4 and down the hill up into turn 5. Basically had to get there because it was a high-speed pace lap with those two all the way through turn 4.
And, of course, we want to thank our presenting sponsor for today's 90-minute endurance race. That is David Murray Track Days. We want to thank them for all that they do to help bring this wonderful coverage to you here on the Porsche Club of America YouTube channel. And they've done so much for the racers this weekend as well, conducting the testing days here early on Thursday. And, of course, being available all weekend long to help coach up drivers as well. So I want to thank David Murray Track Days and, of course, all of our other sponsors as well, all of our other presenting sponsors like Pirelli, who sponsored our sprint race earlier today.
As an aside, David Murray also opened up his map around Road Atlanta for the access of our entrance in the event.
All right, Brian, let's take a quick look here as we watch the front of the field making their way up and through the uphill S's, well, actually, the downhill S's. You hit that big compression at turn 4, then it quickly turns uphill as you head towards turn number 5. In the H class, Mark Hill, currently your leader. He's got about 6 seconds on Roger Eggleston and Breon Charters. In GT3, Charles Liu, apparently he's going to be running this one solo today. Is John Dunsky. We know Dunsky had been having some mechanical issues, Brian, with his 2006 Cayman S. It appears that the 447 car did not make the start of today's race. So we'll see if that changes. Maybe he'll bring the car out a little bit later in the session. In GTA 3, it is John Boyette Jr. who is shown as driving the 911 machine. He's got already a 4-second advantage on Travis Betson and David Ducote. Doesn't appear as though, and we mentioned that Corey Friedman was supposed to be our pole sitter for today's race, that 014 not making the call to grid. In GTC 8, it is Matt Holcomb with John Getz, the silver 992 Cup car. John Getz with the purple machine. Those two drivers right up at the front of the field. They've opened up about 14 seconds on Price Ford, sitting in third. And we'll definitely check in a number of times in Spec Cayman with Di Stefano and Yortsoy being up at the front, but Scott Gill and Wahid Chahadi, they're only within about 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds back. So we will definitely continue to watch that fight. Wayne Ducote jumping out to an early 14-second lead over Woody Richard in the GTA 4 class. Franklin Prey, here's an interesting thing, Brian. So we were talking to Franklin Prey during lunch, who during the sprint races, both Friday and yesterday, was running in the J class in his 997 car. He set the J track record here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. He has reconfigured his car to run in the I class against Sam Amano, and he has now opened up almost a 10-second advantage over Mamano in these early laps. In GTC 7, Philip Leha now with about 10 seconds on Troy Peterson, with Cliff Kayer right on Peterson's tail in the red, black, and white machine. I think we were watching that battle for a few moments. And in GTD 3, Mark Calzaretta over Tom Burke and Chris Dooley.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of drivers here just now starting to get kind of single file and kind of stretching themselves out. I was taking a look at that Spec Cayman that you were talking about with Di Stefano and Eric Yortsoy. Di Stefano had 2 cars in between him and Eric Yortsoy, but I tell you what, right now, Eric Yortsoy fighting back, just now coming across the start-finish line. There they go. They're going to go off into turn number 1, and he's actually cut that back down. So, again, those two drivers were going at it pretty much all weekend long, and it looks like it's going to come down really to strategies. Where do you pit? Where do you not pit? throw in Scott Gill in there as well in that 158 as they come up over top of the hill right now, come downhill through the S's, up through turns 4 and turns 5. It's going to depend on whether or not your opponent decides to pit early, or do you pit early to try to gain that advantage.
And there you go. As they go into turn 6, Yortsoy is able to pull right back up to the back bumper there as they go through turn 7. Of course, they've got a couple cars just ahead. They'll be using the draft to pull down towards turn 1, although it looks like those are a couple of the cup cars ahead, so I don't know how long that draft is going to work for them. As we look at some of our other classes right now, Ed Dunn has opened up now about a 5-second advantage over Angus Rogers in GTB1, and it's now actually as Rogers crosses the line, Dunn just going through turn 1. It's now opened up to about 6.5 seconds with 5 laps in. Kevin Sear about 2 seconds back from there. Kieran O'Rourke third, and in GTD2 it is just Corey Lipka and Mark Cook out there today in their 2019 and 2020 GT4 Club Sports. Lipka with about a second and a half. And the Spec Boxster field, we had in our sprint races about 10 Spec Boxsters. We're down to 4 today. Rob Walker, who is one of our camera cars, he is currently your leader. And I believe just went down possibly into turn 1. Yeah, there we go. There's the onboard with the Goblin as Rob Walker makes his way through turn 1. He's opened up already an 8.5 second advantage over Sean O'Brien, with Stephen Ryan running in third. And in GTD1, Jimmy Martin now with 13 seconds on John Harrell. But again, early on, and a lot of this will play into, Brian, when our drivers take those pit stops, and not only when they take those pit stops, but also what kind of traffic they come into when they come off the pit lane and rejoin the action.
Yeah, remember, we've talked about this. You've got a 5-minute mandatory pit stop that you have to do, and it has to be 5 minutes, right? And I think we talked about it. We kind of joked earlier on this weekend regarding having those stopwatches on your steering wheel. You've got to make sure that you stay there for that 5 minutes, because if not, it is a long time to go. For that penalty, as Dick was talking about earlier this morning.
Oh, and Brian, we've got a car that's just run wide coming out of turn 12 and manages to rejoin. It's this black with a white hood and orange stripe on it, on the hood. The lead car of this group going up the hill. We'll get the number on it here in just a moment. Yeah, we think it might. Yeah, we think that is the 41 machine. That just ran wide. And again, it was a wild ride. The rear end of that car was... Yeah, that was David Hodges in the 41 machine, the 997.2 car. He's our sole racer in the SP 997 class. Just got wide. Rear end was moving around on him in the grass. Drivers left. He was able to straighten the wheel up and rejoin about 3/4 of the way down. And looks like that hasn't affected him that much, Dick, on this next portion of the course.
Well, at the time that happened, there was a car that came from the paddock and joined the race just moments ago. Looked like a Boxster. I couldn't catch the number, but somebody got a late start.
Greg, as we were talking about right before, looks like Hodges went off. And again, went off right in front of a pack of cars. As Dick was saying, somebody coming out. So you're trying to, you're not expecting that car to be there. But, we were talking about strategies of when to pit, when not to pit. We've normally seen some of these drivers and some of these Enduros, especially at Sebring and even, a couple weeks ago at VIR, which right around the halfway point or within that 40-minute kind of time frame that we have here, because the pits open at a certain time and they close at a certain time.
Right.
And what ends up happening is you don't want to get left out, or you don't want to pit too early. Some of these, they have to get out of the car when they take fuel, so that, the crew will go in and put fuel in there. we may even see some tire changes here for this race. So again, it all depends on strategy. When you talk about that Spec Cayman class, it is all going to make sure you know where your opponents are and where the other drivers are.
Yeah, indeed. And so the drivers are not allowed to take a pit stop for the first 15 minutes of the race, Brian. So in about 2.5 minutes, that pit window is going to open. The drivers must have their pit stops completed within 10 minutes of the end, or pardon me, they must start their 5-minute pit stop within 10 minutes of the checkered flag. Okay, and so something that they absolutely have to make sure that they meet. They're also those pit stops must be made under green flag conditions. It's not like, Dick, if you see a full course caution come out in Formula One and everybody heads to the pit lane. You don't have
No, that doesn't work. But if you happen to be in the pits at the time that happens, you should
definitely advantageous.
Go get the lottery ticket.
Exactly. As things slow down. Well, we've got our first 2 drivers coming. Yeah, it looks like we've got somebody in the gravel trap over, and that might be the Yortsoy car.
I was going to say, yeah, Greg. I think that may be Eric Yortsoy.
Yeah, and so we had 2 cars come down the pit lane just as that was happening. The 43 and the 057 cars, and I think they may have come down about possibly a couple minutes, about a minute and a half too early.
Well, the Boxster went up.
Okay, yeah, he's heading back to the paddock.
So he's out.
Yeah, it looks like the Boxster's retiring early. That was the 43 car. The 057, that is Travis Betson, and he's got his crew looking over the car right now. And I'm given what they're doing, and they're popping the frunk up. So I would think that we'll see if they're going to be bringing fuel. If this is like a true pit stop, it might actually, they might have come down about a minute and a half early for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so we've just confirmed it is Eric Yortsoy, the 321 machine, that is in the gravel trap over at 10A and 10B. We'll see if that brings out a full course caution. We haven't gone there yet. Of course, there is the local caution at the entrance to 10A. You can see the flag station about 15 feet down the wall on the side of your screen. Not in a great position. They are going to want to send the emergency services teams. And if you look, you've got one of the emergency services crews in the red pickup truck directly below our ticker there. So it's a very short amount of time that it will take to get to the Yortsoy Boxster, Cayman, but it still needs to be done. I just don't know if we're going to do it under local or under a full course caution.
In that location, it is possible to do it under local and take them out right through the side.
Well, that car's got some right rear damage to it, to that tire. I don't see them pulling that out. That could be one of those flatbed areas where they're going to have to put it on a flatbed to get it up and get it out of there. When we were looking on that camera view, you could see the right side tire look like it was buckled up. You could see right there, that right side tire looks like it's buckled up underneath. So I'm wondering if a flat tire happened when he went down in there. But it definitely doesn't look like that's going to be moved by just just by pulling it out.
Yeah, indeed. And, in the meantime, we have had a few other cars come down the pit lane to take their stops, and yet we are going to a full course caution now. And I think what we're going to see, there was one car that just started his run down the pit lane just as the full course caution was being displayed on the front straight. We'll let the stewards figure out. That was the 771 car. Literally within milliseconds of when the full course caution came out, but he comes down the pit lane. That's Kieran O'Rourke in the green and black GTB1 Cayman, and his crew. Now they've got the driver's side door open. They're looking at it. We've got 2 other cars on the pit lane as well that had started their pit stops prior to the full course caution coming out. So we'll see here. And they are getting the safety car stood up. So the safety car, pardon me, I've been told that it is to be known as the pace car. The pace car will be picking up the field here in just a few moments. So, Brian, why don't we go and quickly set the field with Matt Holcomb and John Getz, your leaders, both in GTC 8. Wayne DeCote, your leader in GTA 4, currently running third. Then the pairing of Boyette and Murray, who are sharing the number 911 GTA 3 car. They are running fourth. Troy Peterson, fifth. Mark Calzaretta, sixth. Cliff Kayer, seventh, with Tom Burke, Price Ford, and David DeCote rounding out your top 10. And we'll take some time. We'll break things down here by class in just a few moments.
We can also do the ad break earlier here if you guys want.
Yeah, and tell you what, Brian, this might be a good time since we are under full course caution and we've got some great partners and friends that are helping bring us all this coverage. Why don't we take a quick break? We're going to thank them, and we'll be back in a few moments with more coverage here from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta and our endurance race, part of the Peach State 225. We'll be right back.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the two-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through club racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energy stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Brake Rouse. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City.
It's both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
Conveniently located on the northeast side of Atlanta, Porsche Atlanta Perimeter is the area's premier Porsche dealership, offering new and pre-owned vehicles. Whether you're looking for an all-electric vehicle like a Macan or a Taycan, a track-ready 911 GT3, or anything in between, Porsche Atlanta Perimeter is a family-owned Porsche center focused on customer service. To view our inventory and learn more, please visit PorscheAtlantaPerimeter.com.
And welcome back, everybody. It is the Peach State 225 presented by Porsche Club of America and the Peach State region of the PCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati and Dick Kelson. We're currently under full course caution as our entire field here has gathered behind the pace car. Beautiful Porsche Taycan pace car provided by Porsche Atlanta Perimeter, one of our sponsors here this weekend, and one of the great sponsors of the Peach State 225, as we have now just about 22 minutes complete of this 90-minute sprint race, or 90-minute endurance race, pardon me, and we've got looks like the Eric Yortsoy machine, which brought out this full course caution after having been stuck in the gravel trap over by turn 10. It has been removed, so there it is. Hopefully we'll be going back to green flag racing in just a few moments. I'm sure that, although nobody likes to see their buddies in the gravel, I'm sure Matt DiStefano probably, who is our Spec Cayman leader, now breathing a sigh of relief that the race that had been going on since the drop of the green flag, at least for now, has finished, as we are on board with Brian Charters in the 941 Porsche 944. He'll be passing the wheel off to Van Svensson a little bit later here this afternoon. And as we reset the field right at the front of the pack, it is Matt Holcomb and John Getz. Holcomb in that silver with green 992 Cup car. John Getz in the purple and silver machine directly behind. They're both in the GTC 8 class. Then we got the Dakotas, both the number 80 machine, and then Boyout and Murray third and fourth, as we go back to green flag racing here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. All right, and Brian, as the field filters through, I did want to point out, because I don't think we got to them earlier, in GTD 1, Jimmy Martin leading over John Harrell. In Spec Boxster, Rob Walker, who is also one of our in-car camera feeds, now with about 16 seconds on Sean O'Brien. In GTD 2, we've got Corey Lipka and Jeff Isringhausen, one of our sponsors here, leading in the number 40 machine, and that is, we're going to have to try and pick up, and Jordan, I know this is going to be tough to say, we've got two white Caymans we've got to find for you, but if it helps you, one is a 2019 Cayman, one's a 2020 Cayman, but they are they're right by one another, and actually, nope, that's not them there. We'll try and pick up that battle in GTD 2 at some point here today.
As soon as we can sort out the white Caymans.
That's going to be the challenge. And I believe they're in this. Yeah, I don't think they're in that gaggle. We'll try and pick them up here momentarily. I believe, actually, we might have them coming out of turn 12 right now. No, those are two other white Caymans.
They only made the Caymans in white, so. I'm sure we'll pick them up.
Yeah, we'll get to them, exactly. Let's. I was going to say, we'll jump in with some of this other action here we see coming down. As I think we had Glenn Spiegler in the GT7 58 machine, and Sean Ogden sharing the car with Ramirez as well.
Greg, as we're looking at that, looking for that battle across, after we went back green, you talk about the Spec Boxster, you had Rob Walker in that 171. Sean O'Brien was actually right behind Rob Walker, so there's no cars in between, and then Rob Walker has now kind of taken off, opened up another 2-second lead, and he's been kind of dominant here in the Spec Boxster. But here you go, you can see him really work. Wow, nice little move there. It goes from driver's left all the way to driver's right to get it, so Rob's definitely got that car on rails coming down out of the bottom of the hill down through the S's, because that was two pretty good moves there, going past there. You almost got to set the car, and if you don't get the car set, you can, when you get too much curbing, it will spin out there, which we have seen this weekend already. He made it work.
Yeah, and as I think at one point I was talking about how high the curbing is right here at the apex of 7. As you come into turn 5, the curbing down there can actually grab the front wheels and make it very difficult to even turn in for 5, as we are starting to see more cars come down the pit lane and take service here, Brian.
Yeah, now it becomes that point of, they went through the full course caution. Now they're in that window. Some of these cars will be able to go the full hour, actually to be almost in the 55-minute range, because remember, they have to sit for 5 minutes before they go out. So they've got it typed down where they know what the strategy is and what they're going to do. It's going to be interesting, as Dick was talking about earlier on, when they come back out on the racetrack, where are they going to be and how much traffic are they going to hit when they come back out, and how much does that hold them up if they're racing another competitor in that class.
My timing feed is also now indicating the second driver for many of the entrants, and I see Corey Friedman is in the 079 with Lou in a white Cayman.
With Charles Liu with the 079 machine, currently running 35th overall. That is a GT3 machine, and indeed, and those should be showing up now on our ticker that we are bringing up on the screen as well. I just saw that we had the Boyette and Murray combination showing there, so that is good. Unfortunately, we don't have the ability here and there. For example, as we take a look at the GTC7 class, we can see Sean Ogden and Ramirez sharing a car that unfortunately we don't have the ability here to tell you specifically which driver is in the car.
Right.
But we can certainly help you along as those pit stops are made. That of course, we would anticipate that the driver, those teams are making the driver changes at that point.
Well, Greg, the Corey Freeman getting in with Charles Liu, well, that'll explain why his car didn't go out, because he is actually in the 079. It's unfortunate John Dunsky's not able to make the call here for this, and we know that John had issues on Friday where he ended up, I think, collecting the wall right there in turn one. Didn't really have a whole lot of laps yesterday, so I think better to make sure that thing is right for the next race rather than do additional damage. So again, that Liu and Freeman machine in that 079, that's the only car in GT3.
And we've got a couple of other classes where there's just a single car, but we should mention them here as we can. We've got the number 99 machine of Stu Jenkins. Stu is our sole racer here today in the F class. He's currently running 50th overall in his 2000 Boxster S. Michael Gershon, the sole racer in the G class, and let's see where Gershon is currently running. He's currently running 36th overall in the 087 2001 Porsche Boxster. We've talked about Liu and Friedman, and we've got Kim Estep. Kim is driving the GTB class, number 946 Porsche Cayman R, and Estep at the moment is running, trying to pick up where Kim is running, and Kim is running 26th position. We might actually have. Oh no, we don't have the camera in Kim's car. That was just during the morning sprint race. But we saw her, hanging loose earlier today. Don Holmes in the ME1 Boxster, I don't believe made the race today. The number 43 car. No, he did. That's right. The 43 Boxster. That was the red Boxster that retired early. So he's going to finish in 58th position. We did have 58 drivers, or 58 cars, take the green flag today. Albert Salvador, our sole racer in SP1 today. Albert's currently running 52nd overall in the number 55 Porsche 944. And that is the blue 944. We talked about David Hodges, our sole racer in SP 997.
Greg, another shout out here to Greg Rochek in that 320 machine, and we'll have to check on this, but I think yesterday he may have set the new SP3 lap record there at Road Atlanta, so we'll have to dig in with that just a little bit more, but I do believe that he did.
Yeah, indeed, and as a matter of fact, yes, he did, and they announced it at the social last night. That he had broken the record. So congratulations to him. Great run. Great day of sprint racing for the Rochik machine.
And this is his home track, just as a aside. So he knows his way around it. I was going to add earlier, speaking about Corey Friedman, he's popular as a co-driver. So if If one of his father's customers from the shop wants to have Corey ride with him,
he will be more than happy.
He'll
to
be
take
more
the
than
seat.
happy to do it.
And the car owner, I'm sure, will be more than happy to have a hot shoe like
Oh,
Corey
well.
Freeman behind the wheel.
Since he's been done a little professional racing, yes, he's a very good driver.
You know, also you've got the Decote family who used to run an LMPC car back in the day. So again, they've got a lot of experience, you know, in these high-powered machines as well. So again, you see this drivers, you know, bouncing back and forth with a lot of different abilities and different types of cars throughout the course of their career. And when you get the opportunity to come here and run at Road Atlanta, it doesn't matter what car you're in, you need to come and just run it.
Yeah, and when Dick says that Corey Freeman has a fairly successful pro racing career, I think he's being a little, well, you're not being bashful. Maybe Corey's being bashful. I don't know. Corey, 2 top 5 finishes at the Rolex, and also won the 6 Hours of Watkins Glen, and won the GTC championship in SRO, what used to be known as Pearly World Challenge, back in 2017. And I think he's also got 6 or 7 PCA national championships as well. So quite accomplished there. And yeah, so you mentioned the Dakota driving in LMPC as well. And I'm trying to remember what team that they raced that car with. I'm sure Brendan remembers. The LMPC, the Dakota entry we were talking about earlier. Intersport. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the field team, Intersport, absolutely. So, and many more pro racers here as well this weekend.
Hey, Greg, let's go back to the overall lead here with Matt Holcomb. They're just now coming down the hill, coming down into turn 10A and then coming through turn B. Here they come right there. That's the green one. That's green Matt Holcomb, and then the purple one with John Getz. You know, those two drivers have been stuck nose to tail for the last 2 days. I'm really hoping they're pitting next to each other down there.
Oh, that'd be wonderful.
Or they have some type of communication between the drivers, because everywhere Holcomb goes, Getz goes. Everywhere Getz goes, Holcomb goes. It's like it's on a string, and they're just wheeling the way through all of this traffic. I've noticed as they just now going through past Franklin Prairie there at the top of the hill, coming down into the S's.
Well, unfortunately, I don't have a camera pointed down at the pit lane, Brian, because I'd like to see if maybe one of their crew members steals tires from another car or something like that. Anyway, as they come down. Great battle here for second. Yep. Yeah, let's take a look here as they're coming up the hill at a turn 1. This is what, Brendan, which race was this? Second overall with Dakota and Dakota and Getz. Well, we were watching Holcomb and Getz for first.
Now Holcomb and Getz are by themselves.
Right.
They're coming out of turn 7.
Exactly.
That may be the Boyette and Murray machine with the two Dakotas right there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the battle for third overall with Dakota and Boyette and Murray possibly. Dakota and Murray in the gray and green, and Boyette and Murray in the black. I think. The GTA 4 and GTA 3 machines.
It's 057. The 0.
Okay. Okay. There we go. I think we figured it out here. That was actually the 057 machine. Brian unlapping himself. Yeah, who had already come down the pit lane here and had taken his pit stop. So he's trying to. That's Travis Bedson in the GTA 3 2018 991 car that had started 9th overall, but was one of our early pit stops. So going and unlapping himself, trying to move back up through the field.
And Greg, you guys may be able to see this, but we talked about the Charles Liu and Corey Freeman machine. I'm seeing them not come back out, either from their pit stop or maybe have pulled it down back in behind the wall, because right now they are a total of about 6 laps down, 7 laps down, which is kind of unheard of with those two. So,
yeah, let me take a. Dick, do you mind if I borrow your binoculars for a moment? Do you mind if I borrow these for just a moment? Yeah, try and get a bead on the cars that we have on the pit lane currently, which are all, as you can imagine, down by turn 1 and not very close to our announce booth. And we'll see if I can get some numbers for you. All right, we've got the 079 on the pit lane. That's the GT3 machine. Our Porsche 968 is there. Next one down will be out of my view. Hate to tell you this.
There's the 941.
Yep, we've got the 515.
They may have changed. As a matter of fact, I believe they changed drivers. That does not look like the same driver that was in there.
We've got the 99. The 99 car is on the pit lane. The silver Boxster, and it looks like a couple of our 944s and 968s are on the pit lane as well.
Well, that 941, that looks like maybe that is Van. So they may have switched. Switched drivers between Brian and Van. So.
Yep. And and now that we are just about an hour. Well, actually now just what we were just about 30 minutes into the race here. 39 minutes into the race, pardon me.
Yeah. 40. We're coming up on 40.
And we're getting into that point where these drivers are now getting to that halfway, over that halfway point, just over it, where it's time to come in and either make your driver change or use the strategy if you are racing somebody in class. This is about the time we've seen a lot of this. And again, what it does is it kind of, plays into the hands of where are my other competitors, and I'm sure that there's a lot of radio communications going back and forth to let them know, hey, it is now time to pit. Or, as we talked about before with the onboards, you can see they know from the timing perspective how long they need to, how long they need to be on pit road, but where are the competitors at for when they pit.
All right, Brian. So the Dakota car, the number 80 GTA 4 machine just came down the pit lane to take service. So we'll likely see Cliff Kayer moving up to 4th overall here in just a few moments. As we go back, let's see if we can pick up another battle here in class. We're already seeing a number of different drivers having taken pit stops. And I'm looking to trying to see if we've got some classes that might be close. Halcom and Getz are separated now by 5 seconds in GTC 8. In the H class, it appears, I don't think Mark Hill has come in for his pit stop yet. We talked about Charters and Svensson making the driver change. They are currently showing us 4 laps down for Mark Hill, with Richard Eggleston another 3 laps back from there. We're showing Travis Bedson. We talked about the Dakota. The Dakota and Dakota car, the number 6 GTA 3 machine, is 1 lap down from Boyette and Murray. The 911 car, Travis Bedson's another lap back from there.
I believe the 6 machine made their pit stop, as we had one car that just went around in turn 1, headed up back over the hill, able to get that back under control. I'll try to figure out what number that was.
All right, that is silver and black. It's probably not a GTD3 Cayman, though, where the majority of that class is all white.
And I was going to say, and it's not white, so it should be easy to pick out.
Sure.
You know, as you're looking for that, Greg, I was watching this GTA 4 battle, and you talked about Wayne Decode, Dave Decode. They were in on pit road in that number 80 machine, and what that's done is that has allowed the 212, Woody Witchard, he has not pitted yet. So he's going to end up having to pit. So, again, it's going to depend on how long that – it becomes a longer 5 minutes than you expect or than you want it to be when you come back out, for that. So right now he's going to have probably about a half a lap to a lap lead over that. But, again, he has still not pitted as of yet.
As I look down at the pits, I'm looking at the Autometrics pit, and there was a white car at the head of the line. That may be the one that Corey was in. I don't know. I can't see the number on.
All right, well, we do have the 911 car of Boyette and Murray now coming down the pit lane, the black and yellow 991.2 Cup car heading for service. So that, of course, will bring about a driver change, as we'll likely see David Murray getting behind the wheel. His teams are furiously working on that entry.
One of the other things to note too, Greg, is when they come out of the pits, right? They've been sitting for 5 minutes. Those tires will get cool. It does take, basically half a lap to get that back up. So if you've got a good, a good flying lap where you've already pitted and you're getting your, the heat back into the tires, and you're coming up on somebody right there, it's going to make it difficult to get around them. As we got a few more. Looks like they're coming. That may have been the Rob Walker machine coming down there. Just as I said, I could see by the pink nose, Rob Walker down on pit road. So getting ready to make his 5-minute pit stop. We'll use Rob as our pit lane camera right now as we see who's still sitting on pit road as he.
That's right. He'll be able to tell us whoever goes by. Don't hit that crew guy.
Don't hit the white one in front of you either, right?
Right. So we know that the 17 car is on the pit lane for sure. We've just accounted for the Wexler Everett Cayman.
We know where that white one is.
Yeah, GTD3. Only 24 more white Caymans to go, Brian.
Well, Rob can only sit there for 5 minutes, so after that, he's got to get moving.
All right, I'm going to try. Oh, go ahead,
I was going to say, Greg, looking at some of these, where they are lap times and how many, since they've pitted, obviously our front two leaders have not pitted yet. It looks like Woody Witchard in that GTA 4 212 machine has not pitted yet either. Ed Dunn may be getting ready to pit right now within a lap or two. Looking at that, I believe the 946 of Kim Estep in that GTB3 machine, Estep, she may have already pitted at least once. So again, kind of going through the listing here to see who has pitted, who has not pitted based off of the number of laps. So pit road looks like it's quite busy down there.
It is. We've got now, Dick, I think we've got somewhere along the lines of 10 cars on the pit lane currently.
At least.
And we do have one of our Boxsters heading out, and as they head out, we have the 48 machine of Francis Florido in his Porsche Cayman coming into what he thought was his pit stall, but his pit stall is still occupied by another car. So he's going to pull in kind of catty corner. We've got the 41 machine coming down the pit lane as well. The 41 being David Hodges in the SP 997 entry. Yeah, and I think we're getting to that point, Brian, as we're now, a little bit over 47 minutes, close to 50 minutes into this race, where a number of these cars are getting to about the end of their fuel stint. Here, where they're having to come in. We've got a couple more racers coming onto the pit lane. We've got the 198 car now coming down pit lane. along with, and I believe this is the car that we saw go off just a little while ago. It's the 318, and I think I might know why we saw him go off, Brian. The 318, that is Mark Hill in the H-Class 996 Porsche. He's missing something very important, and that would be the rear wing. That was attached. The stanchions for the rear wing are still there. The wing itself is not there. All right, Brendan, our producer Brendan Kaczmarek is saying that he thinks it's been like that all weekend long.
One of them are
I bet you he's wanting to have that thing put back on.
Yeah,
that's the reason why he spun.
It for turn one.
Yeah, right.
It appears that there's a disabled vehicle at the Autometrics pits. They just had to push a car, the third car, to get it away from the red car. There's the white car at the head of the line that doesn't seem to be moving.
And interestingly enough, the number 80 machine, Dick and Brian, has now come back onto, they've backed the car up behind the wall. It is off of the pit lane and back onto the grid area. And I'm not sure what the story is with that, but it appears as though that 80 machine, it may not, that's the Dakota car, the GTA 4 entry. Well, they just turned it around, did a U-turn back behind the wall. It's heading back to the pit lane. So I thought maybe it was going to be retired, but no, it looks like they may be rejoining the fray here in just a few moments. That number 80 machine currently sitting down 80th in 80th, pardon me, it's the number 80 car, currently sitting 39th in the order. And I think what we are also seeing, Brian, is the majority of the cars that are coming down the pit lane at this point, they are primarily the 911s. We are seeing some of the GT4S Club Sports coming down as well, but the Boxster, the more modified street cars as opposed to the GT4S Club Sports and some of the Cup cars. It appears that they are able to get a little bit more in the way of fuel range than the actual prepared race cars that came from the factory as race cars.
And it occurs to me I've never seen a pit stop quite like the one that was behind the Armco and then went back out.
Yeah, they came behind the wall, they did a U-turn and went right back to the pit lane, and now they're actually now they've rejoined.
He's back on track.
Yeah. And so we go back on board right now. We believe this is Vance Svensson behind the wheel of the 941 Porsche 944. And this machine here currently running, this is the car that is shared with Brian Charters. Now that he's out of the car and he can actually hear me mispronounce his name, I have to fix it up. Brian Charters and Vance Svensson. Svensson just ran the fastest lap of the race for that car, turned in a 146.5.
When I watched him come out of turn 7, he looked really, really smooth coming out of there. So good to see that. Again, here's Rob Walker. Again, Rob just coming out of the pits, I believe, a lap ago. So just now getting back up into speed. But when he came out, I was noticing he is back in some heavy traffic early on, and now it looks like he's dropped back again. You've got to take another lap to get your get the tires back up to temperature.
That's right.
As they start to wind down.
Yeah, and so Walker in the purple Boxster. We're seeing, I think, in this what I believe the second car in the line there as they come through, and so he rejoins, as you mentioned. Now showing as having completed 26 laps. And in the whole scheme of things, in Spec Boxster right now, he is showing as second to Sean O'Brien. The black 441 machine has not come down the pit lane yet to take service. And Walker currently showing us 3 laps down.
Greg, watching through this site right here as they come up out of 10A and 10B, that is the overall leader there in the 87 of Matt Holcomb, and right behind him was the Murray machine in that 911, trying to get by him, and a little bit further back, again, John Getz. Neither one of those two drivers, Holcomb or Getz, and I believe there may be the only two, other than Troy Peterson and Price Ford, may not have pitted yet.
Yeah, well, and again, we think that possibly, as we were talking, one of the spec boxsters, O'Brien, possibly did not go yet. But yeah, as we look at the 911 car trying to unlap itself, every little bit there that might be once we've got Holcomb and Getz come back out after their pit cycle, could be the difference between who our overall leader is.
Well, when you're turning lap times at a 124 to 126 pace, as David Murray is, you add that 5 minutes together, that's about 4 laps. 3.5, maybe 4 laps, sitting right down there in 24th place, even though we just went by Matt Holcomb as our leader. Right. That is going to put them kind of really close. And again, we talked about that strategy. When do you pit when you come back out? Who's in front of you and who's behind you, and how long does it take you to get back up to speed?
Yeah, indeed. And, as we look at this, Holcomb and Getz, they've been down into the mid to low 24s, down in 124.4, 124.35. But currently they're lapping in the mid 26s to low 27s. And a lot of that has to do with the amount of traffic that they currently have, that they're currently making their way through. Now we can see they finally now found a little bit of a gap in the traffic here. They've got a couple cars ahead of them. Looks as though, of course, they're going to get to them probably coming out of turn 7, but we've also got that 911 car sitting a couple car lengths ahead right now, who also is going to have some open track.
Yeah, coming on with about 35 minutes left to go, you have to wonder, at what point do these two drivers decide they need to pit? And if it's really busy down on pit road and not being able to get in and get off in pit road, they may wait till it clears out a little bit, which could result in, as they get down to the end of this time frame, making sure, or if a full course caution comes out, unfortunately, it could stretch them out there where they can't get into the pits.
Wow, and you look as the 911 car, I think made up, past 3 cars between 10A and 10B on the outside there. A lot of co-opetition going on right now in that part of the track there. Some good, very good heads-up driving by our Cayman and Boxster drivers with some of these faster Cup cars coming through. So let's go and quickly, Brian, reset the field here. Of course, our top 5 at the moment, Matt Holcomb, John Getz, both in GTC 8. Troy Peterson, our leader in GTC 7, currently 3rd overall, with Price Ford, another GTC 8 racer, running 4th, with the Ducotes in the number 6 GTA 3 machine running in 5th. If we take a look at some of our classes, breaking them down, in the H class, Mark Hill with 2 laps on Brian Charters and Van Svensson, then another 6 laps back to Richard Eggleston. In GTA 3, the Ducotes are currently leading. They've got a minute and a half on Travis Bedson, with Boyette and Murray in the 911 car showing as being 2 laps down. In GTC 8, it's Holcomb and Getz, as we talked about. Price Ford, who just ran his fastest lap of the race, showing as a lap down. In Spec Cayman, it is Steve Coombs, currently your leader, over Matt DiStefano, and that is a 43-second difference right there, and we think that has to do with the pit cycles. Scott Gill running in 3rd. In GTA 4, Woody Wichard with 2 laps on the Ducotes, and as I think we mentioned, Brian, we don't think the Wichard car has come down the pit lane yet in that 2025 GT3 Cup car. It's getting pretty darn good mileage here if he's been able to stretch it out now to just a little bit less than an hour. In the I class, Franklin Prey leads over Sam Amano. They are both on the same lap. Prey has about a minute and a half on Mamano. In GTC 7, we talked about Troy Peterson, who we believe may be yet to pit in the 277 car. Peterson has 3 laps on Ogden Ramirez in the 29 car, Philip Leha as well, who are running second and third. In GTD 3, Brad Weber over Tom Burke and Mark Calzaretta. In SP3, we talked about Greg Rochik, who's just been absolutely flying this weekend in his 944 S2. He leads John Patton by about 18 seconds. In GTC 6, Keith Clark, we believe, yet to pit in the number 74 Cup car. He's got 3 laps on TJ Larson. GTB 1, Ed Dunn up on Kevin Sear and Luis Acevedo. GTD 2, the pairing of Lipka and Isringhausen up on Mark Cook. In Spec Boxster, Sean O'Brien with 3 laps on Rob Walker, Stephen Ryan. Again, we believe O'Brien in the 441 machine yet to pit. And in GTD 1, Jimmy Martin in the 157 car, your leader, John Harrell, retired, we believe, after just 22 laps. He's showing 13 laps down. And Brian, we now have towards the front of the field, John Getz, we think Troy Peterson and Bryce Ford all coming down the pit lane to take service.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Matt Holcomb doesn't come down this time, right? I think that, once they realize the other, Getz and everybody else started to pit, I think it's time for them to really get into that pit cycle here. Wouldn't be surprised if he comes in this time by.
Looks in the rearview mirror and goes, "Hey, where'd everybody go?"
Correct. Where'd my followers go? Where's the how come there's no tug on the string right now?
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we think that car, we do have another car just come down the pit entrance. We'll track the number on that car. I don't believe it was the Holcomb car. It's the 344 machine of Acevedo now coming down the pit lane. That moves into 11. Should mention that the 911 car of Boyette and Murray just reset fast lap, turned a 122.1, which is, again, over 2 seconds faster than either Holcomb or Getz have managed to get to today. But, Brian, we are right at about the top of the hour. It's actually 20 minutes after 1 o'clock here on the East Coast, but we have gone through 1 hour of our 90-minute race. So let's take a quick break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, where it is the Peach State 225. Stay with us.
Partners of club racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest Cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Apex Racing Performance, premier racing outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina, shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport-style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com.
Trailix Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open, to tow your Porsche, Trailix should be your first and only choice. Trailix has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailix Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.
Welcome back to the Peach State 225 here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. My name is Brian Donati. I'm here with Greg Ginsberg and Dick Kelson. And I tell you what, guys, during that break, we were watching some of the action going on, and we talked about it right before we went to break with the Boya and the David Murray. He was in a gaggle of cars, but what a fantastic way to get around those cars and get back up there. We were also watching on pit road right as we were getting ready to come back with the 57 of John Getz, who was coming out of the pits. And Dick, I don't think he finished his full 5 minutes, had to stop, wait, did not want to cross that line before that 5 minutes went up, so he didn't incur that penalty. So we'll have to see where that puts them out. But right now, and he's out there, I believe that David Murray machine with John Boyette, looks like they're going to come up on top of him coming up out of turn one.
I've been wondering while I'm looking at that, is it David Murray or is it his son Dylan?
Yeah, that I am not sure. We'll have to see. I'm not sure which one is in there. It's a Murray. It just says D, so it's either David or Dylan. Whatever it is, they're turning some really quick laps here.
Well, that goes in the family. That Dylan has registered for the event, and David has been doing a lot of work with the crews. So I don't know who's in the car either, but either one of them is fast.
Well, either one was turning on some pretty quick laps, because just there as they went out, and here's another gaggle. We're going to go 3 wide coming out of turn 7. Again, a lot of these drivers already have made their pit stop early. There goes the Murray machine. The Getz machine is right in front. We were just talking about that. So he came out right in front of this entire gaggle of cars. And all of a sudden now you've got Murray trying to catch him. But Murray had to work through this entire group of cars to come in and try to pick up John Getz. That's actually going to be for second place overall. There goes Getz. Here comes Murray now. So I think the strategic planning that they did, and we got one car, that may be DiFastano that may have gone off right there, Greg.
Yeah, I believe that the blue Boxster at Di Stefano just went off. We'll get the number for sure. Or actually, that's one of our spec Boxsters. And by the way, I believe it is Dylan Murray that's behind the wheel. That's who we had out for the warm up here earlier today, and we'll try and get the number on that Boxster as he makes his way down through the S's and tries to get his recovery on.
Well, as he's getting his recovery, he may want to stay really far driver's right or get back over to driver's left, because there's a group of cars coming on there. Yep, he did exactly what he did.
Yeah, as we see the 55 car come underneath, and let me see if we can pull up some information on that car.
Craig, while you're pulling that information, it does look like everybody. Now, I'm looking at laps and looking at the number. I do not see, unless he is down there right now, whether or not Matt Holcomb has pitted as of yet. He has actually got a 3-lap lead over John Getz.
Exactly, yeah. I don't think the Holcomb car, the 87 car, has come down the pit lane yet. We do. Well, actually, let's take a look. Dick, do you mind if I borrow those for a moment? Because I see one silver, very wide 911 on the pit lane with a green hood. That's Halcom on the pit lane.
Yep.
And the hood is up, so they are putting fuel into that car right now.
Well, he's got that 3-lap lead, and at a minute and 20-some seconds, and Dick and I were just talking about this, and we talked about it right before we went to break. That's gonna put him out there right around the same time Getz probably comes down into turn 10, 10A and 10B, and to get up under the bridge to come down turn 12. So this could be a really good run, not only for overall, but definitely for that GCC 8 battle to pick this up in this Enduro.
And I have been still looking at the Autometrics pit area, and the white car still has not moved. So I'm jumping to the conclusion that that's the one Corey was in.
Yeah, that might be the machine that he was in, and we haven't seen it go back out. Here is we have another driver change taking place here on the pit lane, and trying to track down which of our Caymans this is. I thought it was the one. Oh yeah, matter of fact, it's the 194 machine at Kevin Sear, the GTB1 entry. As they are, looks as though they're making a driver change. Although we don't have another driver listed, he's currently got a lap on Ed Dunn in the 98 machine. But we think the next time the 98 car comes around, it will take the lead in GTB1.
Hey, if we can, gentlemen, let's try to find, and I hate to say this because it's a white car. It's the white Club Sport, the Cayman white Club Sport, the 77 of Tom Burke. And then the red and black machine, a 164 of Phillips and Heckert. Last time by, they were within a tenth of each other, crossing the start-finish line. And I'll tell you what, again, that's for the GTD3. They are both on the same lap. And then about another 2.5 seconds back is that Calzaretta machine in that 117. From a class perspective, that is one of the toughest battles right now going on the racetrack. So let's see if we can't pick those up. Again, Tom Burke and that 77. This may be right here. We'll see when they come across a cart into the start-finish line. We'll see whether or not that is them. But like I said, last time by, it was within a tenth.
I think we've got them coming out of 12. No, that is...
Well, that may be. That may have been them. So the 164, the Phillips and the Heckert machine, they are now ahead of Tom Burke. By about half a second, so they got a really good run, and I think it's because Tom Burke was in some serious traffic trying to get down through 10 and 10 or 10A and 10B. Maybe them right there that just went by.
It is.
Yep. So they come down the S's. Now we'll see whether or not, and again, I would imagine this is Heckert in the machine in that 164, really going to have to battle his way to see how much the car in front of him is really going to hold him up. But that's going to allow Tom Burke and that 77 machine to close right back on that back bumper. And again, that's for the GTD3 class lead.
We've got somebody in the chat, Brian. Douglas, actually, R.B. Renfro, who is a huge Troy Peterson fan. And Peterson, who has been racing with PCA now, I think, for 7 years, he's both won a PCA championship as well. And when he's not racing, he owns Royal Pet, that manufactures dog treats and shoes, and loves travel, hunting, and fishing. Sounds like I'm setting him up for the dating game or something. But
all right, Chuck Willery.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly who I am. You should see my big long microphone. Anyway, he's out of Cannon Falls, Minnesota. Well, yeah, was that match game? Yeah, Chuck Willery was match game.
Chuck Willery was match game.
Willery, yeah, exactly. All right. So as we continue to watch this this fight here, we're going to try and track down a couple other things going on there. Pretty close. I think in GTD3, in the battle of the white and non-white Cayman GT4 RS Club Sports, Chris Dooley in the 751. He's got he's been under attack of late from Mark Calzaretta in the 117 machine. We'll try and track them down in a few moments.
How come has completed his stop on 24.6 in our
Yeah, and so, Brian, the Halcomb car, the 87 machine, we're seeing him now come up out of turn 3, and Halcomb in the silver, that was the Silver Cup car. He's got almost 4 seconds over Boyette Murray over the 911 machine right now. So, remember, there it is right there, coming into 6th.
Be a little bit smaller than that, because here comes Murray in that 911. So again, it's less than that 4.6 seconds.
Right.
And then, maybe a little bit further back is where the Getz machine. But Holcomb just came out. So remember, I talked about it's going to take a lap. Yeah, it's going to take a full lap. And Murray's still, kind of been out there for quite some time now. So we'll have to see how they negotiate the traffic when they get down the bottom of the hill, because both of them are going to come into a bunch of traffic. So right here, as you see. So.
Well, and we've also seen where the 911 car, the yellow and black machine, has it been at times able to lap almost 2 seconds a lap faster than the green and silver 87 just ahead. As we've got a black, trying to figure out which car they're black flagging, but they're giving a furled black. Yeah, a furled black to the 079. So they saw some action from that car on track that they didn't, that our officials didn't really appreciate, we'll say. So it's more of a warning to the racer, and we'll try and get some information on that soon enough.
That may be Corey Freeman in that car. So
flag for 8-7.
And it is for the Halcomb car, for the 87 car. So perhaps, Brian, perhaps it didn't meet the 5-minute minimum for a pit stop, and may have to come down the pit lane to serve that penalty. That would move, regardless if it has to come down the pit lane, that would move the 911 car up to the lead, and the Getz car, the 57, the purple and silver GTC 8 machine, that would move Getz to the lead in GTC 8, where we have to remember the 911 car, it's in a different class than Halcomb and Getz are. But Getz, who's running 3rd overall right now in that purple and silver machine, that should put him up to the lead in class, move him up to 2nd overall as well.
Yeah, well, Murray's already gotten past Halcomb, so Murray's going to end up being overall. But again, if Halcomb's got that lap, and here comes Halcomb now coming down the hill, it's going to be longer. So whether or not it was just a second or a couple seconds, it takes longer. And he only had a 12-second lead on John Getz coming through here. So let's see what we got.
Yeah, we'll see what we got coming down out of turn 12 now. The second car there going all the way to the inside. That is the 57 machine of Getz, so we should see him taking over the lead here momentarily.
The penalty was just a stop and go. It was the rule book says if it's a 5-minute violation, it's how they will hold you however many minutes you were short.
So he was very, very
apparently
close.
He was very close.
All right, let's do this. Let's jump back over, Brian. I think I found a good fight for us. This is the battle for 2nd in GTC 7 between Troy Peterson and Cliff Carver. We've got the gray and red 277 of Peterson. We've got the red, black, gray, and white 08 of Cliff Kayer there as we're watching them come down the hill now, coming down through the S's in a little bit of a gap. I should mention, as we watch this fight, we're still showing on timing and scoring that Halcomb was ahead of Getz, but when Halcomb completed his 46th lap, he was on the pit lane. Getz was only, I think, 15 or about 11/100ths of a second behind on the track surface. So Getz now has moved into 2nd overall and the lead in GTC 8 as we watch this GTC 7 battle, the battle for 2nd.
Come out of turn 7 right here. It does look like Peterson's going to open it up just a little bit over that 08 machine of Cliff Kayer. Have to come down. They're going to be right there.
Yeah, and from the looks of it, from the amount that Kayer's dropped back, Brian, as they come under braking down into turn 10A, Kayer got the pass done. I was worried that he might be bottled up behind the cup car that he passed there, but managed to get by and is able to continue on. But it is definitely given an advantage to Peterson. 2 advantages. 1, Troy Peterson under pressure just put in his fastest lap of the race, ran a 1:27.8 there, and Kayer was almost a second and a half off that. It is now 1.7 or was 1.7 seconds at the line separating those 2 drivers. So Kayer lost almost a full second there on that last lap.
Yeah, it looks like Kayer's getting stuck through the S's there, getting ready to come up the hill up into turn 5, and that's allowing Peterson to open it up even more.
Yeah.
So last time by was 1.7. You're probably looking at almost 2.5 seconds right here. Here they go. There goes Peterson into turn 6 right now. Here comes Kayer in that 0.8 machine. So I'll tell you what, that getting held up right there, that's going to allow Peterson to really pull away, because now Kayer's got to get through this battle here coming out of turn 7.
Yeah, gonna have to get through one of the Caymans, one of the Boxsters there, which he shouldn't have any problem as far as straight line speed. But regardless, here, I mean, this gives Peterson a much easier run through 10A and 10B. You can see the flagger there over at 10A using the blue flag to let some of that slower traffic know that they've got a faster car behind. And Cliff Kayer does make it around them as he comes out of 10B. But I think at this point, Brian, as they cross the line here, I think the damage has now been done as Kayer loses almost another second to Troy Peterson on lap number 47.
Yeah, not good timing. There goes Peterson there. You can see clearly way back behind here where he's not. So, looks like really going to drop off there.
Yeah, we got a car that's apparently having some engine issues, seeing some white smoke out the back. We think that's the number 12 car there.
Price Ford.
Yeah, Price Ford in the purple 911. And he got the car back up and running. He did, only to pull it off onto the grass on that pit lane, the pit exit for the pro pits. And, we saw where having a car positioned around here actually brought out a full course caution during our sprint races the other day. So if he can back that car down behind the concrete wall, that will allow us to keep keep going.
Yeah, that's a heads-up move. Sorry, Dick. That's heads-up move right there, knowing that the race is, within 10 minutes, which means our pits are officially closed unless you have a problem.
In about
good
1
move
second.
right there. Yeah, a good move from Price Ford to be able to, back that and let it roll back.
The absolute right thing to do. We are right at 10 minutes, and I'm sure he's aware of that, and he doesn't want to do a bad deed for all of his brethren.
Exactly.
And sistren.
And so that's right. His sisters is in arms as well. And so as we cross the 10-minute threshold, Brian, the pits are now officially closed for the pit stops. And I think we went through and we were fairly certain that all of the cars that were still running have completed their 5-minute pit stops. So it should be a non-issue, but it's so far it's an hour and 20 minutes into this 90-minute race, and still very exciting. We've been watching some interclass battles that are still raging here. We should mention Inspect Cayman. Yeah, so let's look at this battle now coming in through 6 and 7. This GTC 7 battle that we've been watching. The battle for second between Peterson and Kayer. And Kayer now starting to close things up, Brian, as they've worked through traffic. The last time at the line, he knocked almost 0.7 of a second off. And look at this, as he comes hard under braking. He's right there. He's only about 2.5 car lengths back, as now Peterson's having to contend with traffic.
Yeah, Peterson got stuck behind that car trying to get down into 10A, had to get harder on the binders than he really wanted to, and that allowed Kayer to really get a good move underneath the car that he was going there. So, yeah, it's about a car length and a half right now as they head up into turn 1, and it looks like that Cliff Kayer is that much faster right now. Looking at the lap times, it's about 0.6 of a second that time by faster, so he is definitely gaining on Troy Peterson.
Yeah, so, a bit of an accordion over the last couple of laps as both drivers have had to contend with traffic, but at this point, as they're coming up on some slower cars, as they go into turn number 5, they likely won't get to them until if not the back straightaway, Brian, possibly even the front straight here. It looks like a couple of these cars, they're going to get just as they come out of turn 7, which is probably the best time to get them, that they should be clear by the time they come down into 10A and 10B.
Well, the first car they're coming up right there, I believe that may have been the Ed Dunn machine, and he kind of moved, and then they went all the way far driver's right, knowing that they were there, and he gave them room to get through there. So good heads-up move if that was Ed Dunn in that number 98 machine. But here they come down the bottom of the hill, and I tell you what, you can see Kyer just going that much deeper into 10A and turn B or 10B. But it seems Peterson gets a good run underneath the bridge and down the hill. Now he's got to contend with some traffic right there. And I believe that may be the 079
That's exactly
machine right there. So,
yeah, exactly. So they had the 079 just ahead of them as they came down 12, and 79 kept all the way over to the left. And there you go, Brian. There is the pass. It is done. So we have a new second-place runner in GTC 7. Move Cliff Kayer in the 08 machine up the second, drop Peterson now back to third, but there's still a little bit over 6 minutes, maybe 2 laps, possibly 3 remaining. And there's still an opportunity here for Troy Peterson to get that position back.
Well, I'll tell you what, they're going to come up on that number 4 machine. That's the first car in your picture, Sam Amano, coming into turn 6. And I tell you what, they're going to have to sit there and stay far driver's right to get through it. Now, they should be able to work through coming out of turn number 7 to get back on the throttle. But Peterson's going to have to go side by side, which was really going to slow him up because he has to let the car set and rotate before he can get back on the throttle. Because if not, he would have moved and that car would have lost the nose and pushed over into the Mamano machine.
There you go. And so as they come onto the long back straight here, it is now about 5 car lengths. Brian, if we rewound about 4 laps ago, this is exactly how we saw these racers just inverted here. But both Kayer and Peterson, they're coming up on some slower traffic once again. And right here, where Kayer wants to carry all the speed he can through turn 12, can't do it as he has some slower traffic. One of our Boxsters directly ahead of him. He had to get out of the throttle, giving maybe a little breath of hope to Troy Peterson as they come through turn 1 and head up the hill.
And again, this is going to be another lap, Greg, where they're going to come up on some really heavy traffic here coming out of turn 5, going through this little short chute up into turn 6. Again, you've got to get as much speed as you can in there. We'll see where Kayer goes, but I'll tell you what, Peterson's going to have one heck of a run coming in here, as it looks like that 08 machine's going to get stuck kind of on the outside.
Yes, it is.
And Peterson's going to go down in low, can make that right-hand turn.
Yeah, and there you go, Brian. And he had really no other way to approach it. He really had to try to turn in late, try to straighten up the exit there, as he had 2 cars directly to his outside, to his left, and that's given Peterson a big advantage coming out of 7. But we've seen in the last couple of laps where Peterson hasn't had quite the pace of the Kayer car. We'll see here as they start to come up the hill, though, as he's, again, almost right back to the rear bumper of that car ahead.
And he's only got a few laps left.
Yeah, it's definitely go time. Everything you've worked for this last hour and 27 minutes is all going to come down to the end here. But again, they're going to get stuck into some heavy traffic again on this lap here. This could be a great battle coming down towards the end.
Yeah, indeed. And I'll tell you, a nice little fight going on in Spec Cayman at the moment. Battle for the lead between Coombs and DiStefano. DiStefano in the 93 car, he's pulled within about 2 seconds of Coombs ahead, but hasn't been able to close things down of late. So let's keep watching this fight here for a few moments, and if things do tighten up, we'll jump over to that Spec Cayman battle.
Well, I believe that's Di Fastano right there in the middle of the battle for this GT7 that we're talking about.
Well, take a look. It's the two black cars, I think, in Spec Cayman. So
right there with the blue on the windshield, I believe, is your leader.
All right. Well, we'll definitely track as they come down the hill. As time is definitely running out. Should also mention at the front of the field, Boyette and Murray now opening up 45 seconds on John Getz, who's running second overall. But that what was for so long such a heavy battle between Getz and Holcomb for the lead in GTC 8. The difference now almost 20 plus seconds when Holcomb had to come down the pit lane and take that penalty.
Yeah, Greg, and I tell you what, you talk about that penalty. Just think if he had pitted several, minutes before, right, and then all of a sudden you've had that where you had Getz kind of laid out there, where he wouldn't have been able to come back on there with that Helcom machine coming down to serve that penalty.
All right, so we've gotten word from race control, everybody, that the next time our leader, that is the yellow and black number 911 of Boyette and Murray, passes the start-finish line, they will be told that they have one lap remaining, 2.54 miles and 12 turns here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta to wrap up the Peach State 225 endurance race.
Still keeping an eye on that GTC 7 battle with Kyron Peterson. I tell you what, Murray right there getting coming out of turn B up underneath the bridge. So it's going to be one lap to go when they get to the start-finish line, just as you said, Greg. And so, again, Peterson's going to have one more lap if he wants to get it done to get second place.
And he moves to the inside, Brian, as they come out of turn 12 and onto the front straight, then slots in directly behind as we've got our second place car, John Getz, directly behind them, following them up the hill. And now as they come up the turn, we've got a car off, Brian, and that is, I believe that's the Kayer car, the 08 machine.
Is that the Kayer, or is that looks like the Peterson car?
Or is that the Peterson car?
That's the Peterson car.
Yeah, you're right. Is the 277 car. It got loose coming through turn 1 and lost the driver's left. We also have another car off coming down through the S's. But yeah, you're right. The 277 actually, no, I think
Troy Peterson 277.
Yeah, off into the wall on the very last lap as he was giving it all he could. That now gives Cliff Kayer a pretty clear run to second place in GTC 7, where he'll finish behind Philip Leha. All right, as we've got our leader now. Our leader is Boyette and Murray coming out of turn A, 10A and 10B, down the hill and across the line and taking the win here in GTA 3 and the Peach State 225. It's the team of Boyette and Murray, the Porsche 911. And of course, the checkered flag out for all following cars. We'll see John Getz here in just a few moments. The 57 machine should finish second. Again, he was almost a half a minute behind.
I think Getz has already gone by, possibly. Yeah, because he was a lap down. He was a full lap down.
A lap down as it was.
We'll have to see unless he's coming through here now. But I believe that he was a little bit further back behind Murray.
All right, so that's going to move. Getz will take the win in GTC 8. Coming across. No, actually, here comes John Getz just now crossing the line.
Okay,
Brian.
there he is. Yeah.
So John Getz in the purple and silver number 57. He takes the win in GTC 8. He'll finish second overall. Finishing third overall is going to be Matt Holcomb, or at least he should be. We'll see Holcomb. He was about 20 seconds back, and he's just now coming down out of turn 12 and onto the front straight. There's Holcomb right now. He'll finish third overall, second in GTC 8. Travis Bedson in the blue 057 machine. He comes onto the front straight, checkered flag in the air for him. He will finish second in GTA 3 to the team of Boyette and Murray, finishes fourth overall. Philip Leha should take the win in GTC 7, and he does just ahead of Cliff Kayer. Kayer now will finish sixth overall, second in class. The team of Phillips and Heckert will finish off this race with the win in GTD 3, just ahead of Tom Burke with Chris Dooley finishing ninth, third in GTD 3 with Markel Zaretta 10th overall, fourth in GTD 3. Let's go break some of these other classes down. Mark Hill takes the win in the H class over Charters and Svensson with Richard Eggleston finishing in third. We had a Soul Racer in GTB 3, that was Kim Estep. A Soul Racer in in ME1, that was Don Holmes. In Spec 997, it was David Hodges. Our Soul Racer in GT3 was Lou and Friedman. Of course, that car retired after just 28 laps today. We've talked about our winner in GTA 3, the 911 car, Boyette and Murray, and then Travis Bedson finishing second. The team of Dakota finished third, 2 laps down. Albert Salvador ran his fastest lap of the race on his last lap. He was your Soul Racer in SP1. In GTC 8, it was Getz, then Halcomb, and then the Ford entry finished 10 laps down. That was the car who retired to the pit lane on the pro pits. And again, great move by Price Ford to be able to get that car back behind the wall and keep the race going. In Spec Cayman, it was Steve Coombs. He takes the win by 9/10 of a second over Matt DiStefano. Scott Gill will finish third, while Wahid Jihadi and Paul Van Eden will finish fourth and fifth. In GTA 4, the number 80 machine at Dakota take the win over Woody Richard. Stu Jenkins, our Soul Racer in the F class. Franklin Bray takes the win in I over Sam Amano. In GTC 7, the race we were following, Philip Leah takes the win over Cliff Kayer. And Jim DeZario, who had been running in fourth position, he gets elevated to third in GTC 7, albeit 2 laps down. Glenn Spiegler will finish fourth, and the team of Ogden and Ramirez will finish fifth. In GTD 3, the team of Phillips and Hecker take the win over Tom Burke, margin at the line 8.5 seconds. Chris Dooley will finish third. Markel Zaretta and the team of Wexler and Everett finish fourth and fifth, respectively. In SP3, Greg Rochick takes the win over John Patton. In GTC 6, Keith Clark takes the win. TJ Larson in the number 103 entry retired after just 29 laps. Michael Gershon, our Soul Racer in the G class. In GTB1, it was Ed Dunn taking the win. Kevin Sear finishes a lap down. Luis Acevedo will finish third, with Kieran O'Rourke and Francis Florido finishing fourth and fifth. In GTD2, Mark Cook takes the win over the team of Libka and Isringhausen. In Spec Boxster, Sean O'Brien takes the win, with Stephen Ryan finishing 2 laps down, Ben Ars finishing in third. And then finally, gentlemen, in GTD1, Jimmy Martin takes the win. John Harrell unfortunately retires after just 35 laps. So, Dick and Brian, as we get to wrap things up here today, I've got a lot of thank yous, of course, to give. I want to thank the great folks from the Peach State region of the Porsche Club of America, our host region here, they've been nothing but gracious hosts, and I want to thank them for all that they've done. Of course, our champions with the Porsche Club of America, particularly Connor Henderson and Van Svensson, I want to thank them. I want to thank the entire team here at Driver's Eye Live, our director. Oh my gosh, let's try this again. Let's try this again. Our director, Jordan Worth, and of course our producer, Brendan Kasmerick. Yeah, and gentlemen, before we wrap up, we were originally asked to bring in to do 3 races for Porsche Club of America. We started off at Sebring at the beginning of February. We were at Virginia International Raceway just a few weeks ago, and we were going to be wrapping things here at Road Atlanta. but have a quick little announcement to make that in just a few weeks, April 25th and 26th, we will be broadcasting live coverage of the Lime Rock Porsche Club of America event, and so I wanted to let you know about that. And we might have some other surprises coming up for you for this upcoming 2025 Porsche Club of America season as well. Dick, any final thoughts?
Pardon me. I have been pleased to have the honor of doing this one and the Sebring one. Enjoyed it very much, and I think it's very thoughtful of everyone and well enjoyed in both facilities.
There we go. We've gotten a lot of compliments. Not to toot all of our own horns, of course. Brian, how about you? Any final thoughts before we wrap up coverage here for Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta?
Tell you what, another fantastic weekend here racing at Road Atlanta. We saw some really good racing by drivers, really good, clean racing by drivers. Yes. I am very ecstatic. Can't wait to do Lime Rock now with that big one. But I tell you what, it is... This season already, with the three that we've done, has just been an extraordinary class act by the Porsche Club, and I'm excited to get 2025 really officially rolling here.
There we go. All right, so for Dick Kelson, for Brian Donati, for everybody here at Driver's Eye Live, I want to thank you all for joining us for coverage of the Peach State 225 for Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and we'll see you from Lime Rock in 2 weeks. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European Racing headers, exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Repaired Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program.
At Hankook Tire, we strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit hankookmotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com. www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
We're not just a one-off experience, we're a call to freedom. We're a place in people's minds where everyone can unleash their wild side with a passport to a world of possibilities, a spirit that breaks all the rules, uniting the famously bold and spirited essence of tequila from Mexico with the much-loved richness of peanut butter. Manibal is the bold embodiment of the party animal within us all. Here is where the ethics starts. Tequila can be purchased nationwide at manibaltequila.com.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPD insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your portion today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control.
Based in New Jersey, Precision Motorsports, or PMR, is a supporter of club racing and a new national sponsor for 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
New for 2025, Isringhausen will be sponsoring the GTD 1, 2, and 3 classes. Our group here at Club Racing are thrilled to have them on board. Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of 2 components: a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
One of our latest partners, Track Day Tire, is happy to be supporting Club Racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discount at checkout. The TrackDayTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Making it easier for our fellow Track Day enthusiasts to obtain confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the two-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through club racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energies stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Bray Kraus. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche Performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has yet covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience, both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
Partners of club racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Apex Racing Performance, premier racing outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina, shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport-style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com.
Trailix Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open, to tow your Porsche, Trailix should be your first and only choice. Trailix has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailix Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.